Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Mic check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Testing.
Test, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Joanna's microphone. Let me turn that off. I remember the boss wanted it to be no delay. Testing 1, 2, 3. Podium mic. Podium mic. Bye. Testing 1, 2, 3. Olga Kaufman's mic.
Testing one. Oop. Testing 1, 2, 3. Jose, can you hear me?
Andre, testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Andre, can you hear me?
Thanks, Jose.
Are you turning it on from the board computer? There you go. Yeah, you should leave that one on. Talking to that mic, Andre, and see if I can hear you on the Zoom.
Test 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Oh, I'm unmuted. Test 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now I can, yeah, I can hear you, and now I can see you guys.
Excellent. Okay.
And the boardroom, yeah, definitely leave that one on, yeah. That's the one that was getting black, when after like timing out, it was timing out.
Okay.
So let me come down and show you something, a trick really quick, just in case.
Okay. Thank you.
How's it going, Tim? It's because he knows it by heart.
I have the paper, so I look smart. I don't actually look at them.
You don't read them. You shuffle them around.
Give them around.
Testing, testing. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. So we don't hear your ding. I just told Tom. His was going. Commissioner Kaufman? Are we ready? Okay. I will begin recording.
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the San Antonio Housing Authority Finance Committee meeting. I have begun recording. This is a hybrid conference, and we do have the Zoom connected as well. I want to remind everybody that if they are on a phone and you want to mute and unmute, you can use *6. You can also go to the bottom of your screen and use the mute button. We do have the live transcripts turned to on. If you want to manage your live transcripts, you can go down to the bottom of your screen and manage those and set your settings. I will begin Commissioner roll call. Chairwoman Dr. Ana Cha-Guzman. Vice Chairwoman Olga Kaufman.
Present.
Commissioner Gilbert Casillas. Commissioner Dalia Contreras.
Present.
Commissioner Lauren D. Dantzler. Commissioner Gabriel Lopez. Commissioner Ignacio Perez.
Present.
Doug Ponick, Board of Commissioner Attorney.
I'm here.
CEO and President Ed Hinojosa Jr.
I'm here.
We welcome the interpreter, Vicky Cavazos.
Present. Thank you.
Commissioner Kaufman, you may call the meeting to order.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to call the Finance Committee meeting to order. The Board of Commissioners or its committee may hold a closed meeting pursuant to Texas Government Code 551-071-076 for consultation concerning attorney-client matters, real estate litigation, personnel and security pecuniary matters, the Board of Committee reserves the right to enter into closed meetings at any time during the course of the meetings. First item on the agenda is public comment.
We don't have anybody signed up, ma'am.
Thank you. Next item is individual items. Number 3 is consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6239, accepting the independent auditor's report for the year ended June 30th, 2021. And Diana,
Hey,
there you are.
good afternoon. So this item is accepting the independent auditor's report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021. Our audit firm, Cohn Resnick, has done, this is a second audit with them. Previously, we were with RSM. Eric Rumberger is here, and he's a partner with Cohn Resnick, and he'll be actually doing the presentation. I'm just introing it. And Cohn Resnick, although they are the lead auditor, they contract with the local audit firm, Garza Gonzalez, and we have a long history at the Housing Authority with Garza Gonzalez. They were our auditors, I think, when I started in '92 through 2008 when RSM took over. So I'll let Eric take over for the presentation, and if you have any questions afterwards, I'll be available.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So we're here to discuss the audit of the financial statements for the year ended June 30th, 2021. In our brief agenda, our brief agenda is as follows. We'll do some high-level audit comments, then discuss our audit plan and results, then go over our required communication under our professional standards, and then finally finish up with some new accounting updates to be aware of. Okay, so as SAHA is a quasi-governmental agency, we're actually subject to 3 different sets of auditing standards, which leads to us having 3 separate audit opinions. The first is our audit report on the overall basic financial statements, which in this case this year was an unmodified or clean opinion. That's our opinion on the numbers as they're presented in the financial statements. The second opinion that we present is our report on internal control over financial reporting, which was also an unmodified opinion. And that opinion covers the internal controls or the policies and procedures in place that the agency has and how that would impact the numbers being presented in the financial statements. And the third report is our report on compliance and internal control over compliance for the major federal programs, also an unmodified opinion. And that report is over the federal dollars that the agency receives and spends, and make sure you're following compliance with the regulations and your policies and procedures in place are adequate to make sure that you do stay in compliance with those regulations. And here are those 3 sets of standards that I referenced: generally accepted auditing standards, generally accepted government auditing standards, and the uniform guidance. Management and staff of SAHA were extremely cooperative and well prepared. We perform no services for SAHA which would impair independence, and serving as SAHA's audit firm of choice is both a pleasure and an honor. So here's some high-level discussion of our audit plan and results. So we interviewed SAHA personnel to update documentation of our systems and processes to perform walkthroughs over these various areas, which are some of the high-level key areas that we looked at. These are known as dual-purpose controls, so we look at those from both internal control over financial reporting and compliance perspective to make sure that everything is in place. And so we noted no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in internal controls over financial reporting or over compliance based on our procedures. We also held fraud discussions with key management and operational personnel, noting no instances of fraud or other significant areas of concern which were identified. And on the financial statement side, here are some of the big key areas on your financial statements that we looked at. We reviewed cash and investments, receivables, accounts payable, unearned revenue, notes payable. We also detail capital assets as such a significant component of your balance sheet. We detail test asset additions, disposals, any gain or loss, and depreciation on those assets as well. And finally, we reviewed and tested all program revenues as well as operating and non-operating expenses. I did want to point out that we do issue 5 separate standalone audit reports, which are component units of SAHA that roll into SAHA. That's San Antonio Housing Facility Corporation, Sendero One Public Facility Corporation, Spring Hill Cortland Heights, Wood Hill, and Converse Ranch. And all 5 of those audits were also unmodified opinions. The SAHA pension plan is required to have a separate audit, and that information rolls into the financial statements as a fiduciary fund, so that gets reported in your overall financial statements. And I do like to point out that those were separately audited by other auditors. So insofar as those amounts are included in the financial statements, in our opinion over those amounts, we rely on the audit of those separate auditors. We also audit the financial data submission, which is prepared by management. That is HUD's required template of format to transmit the financial information to them so they can review the audit in their prescribed format. And we audit the schedule of expenditures of federal awards, and we do that to audit for completeness and to determine our major programs for testing. We do have some leeway in our guidance on which programs to be tested and how often we test those programs. And this year, the only major program as a significant program was Move to Work Demonstration Program. We also identified no material instances of non-compliance as a result of our procedures. So our professional standards require that we communicate to those charged with governance, which is you as the Finance Committee, certain aspects of our audit. And this is highlights of that communication, which will be finalized with the audit report in a formal letter. Our responsibilities under generally accepted auditing standards and government auditing standards are to express an opinion as to whether the financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects. We're also required to plan and perform our audit to obtain reasonable but not absolute assurance the financial statements are free from material misstatement. And we consider internal control over financial reporting and compliance with laws, regulations, contracts, and grant agreements. Management is responsible for the selection and use of appropriate accounting policies, which are outlined in the footnotes of what those policies are. And we noted no transactions entered into which lack authoritative guidance or consensus. Those are those gray area kind of issues where you enter into a new type of transaction or a very complex transaction, and there could be a variety of ways to account for those. If there were any such things, we would be required to report and present on those, and there were none this year. There were no disagreements or difficulties with management. And there were no consultations with any other accountants regarding auditing or accounting matters. Oftentimes, if there's disagreements with the audit team, management would go out and seek a second opinion with another auditor or accounting firm to say, how would you handle this, or is this appropriate? And in this case, we had no such issues. As accounting estimates are very critical to the financial statements, we like to highlight those most significant to the financial statements, which are the allowance for doubtful accounts and useful lives of capital assets. If during our audit procedures we come across any adjustments that are required to be made, we would report those to you, and we're happy to present that this year there were no audit adjustments identified by our audit procedures. The next 2 slides are on accounting updates. These are not all of the accounting updates that are out there, but these are the ones that would most likely have a potential impact on SAHA. The first is GASB 87, which covers leases. This pronouncement essentially gets rid of the concept of an operating lease where you would just recognize expense for the lease as it's paid out over the life of the lease. Rather, what it would make you do when you go out and lease equipment, building, property, whatever, you would be required to capitalize a right-to-use asset and then a liability for the stream of payments that are going to be made out over time over the life of that asset, so you can truly see here's what we're getting and here's what we're going to have to pay out over time. And then you would recognize expense over the term of the lease. And on the flip side, if you were leasing the asset, you would have to recognize a receivable for that present value of that payment stream. And that becomes effective for SAHA for next year, fiscal year 2022. Very similar to GASB 87 is GASB 96, which is subscription-based information technology arrangements. A real mouthful, that one. It's essentially the same as leases, but for IT software. So if you enter into long-term contract agreements for IT software, you would do the same thing, have an asset and then a liability for the present value of those payments expected to be made out over the life of that contract. That becomes effective for fiscal year 2023. And the last slide I have here is an auditing update. This is not super relevant to you, but I just want to make you aware of it because the big thing there is it changes the format of our audit opinions. They like to tinker with how the audit opinions read and look every couple of years, and this one is a very significant change. It changes around the order of the audit opinions and also the information that's included in there. The goal is to enhance clarity and promote consistency and just dramatically expands the content in there to make everyone aware of our process and what is being reported on. And that's effective for fiscal year 2022. So you'll see those changes and that will impact all three of the audit opinions. They'll read slightly differently, but at the end of the day, our opinion is what gets shown. I believe that's all I had. If there's any questions.
You're in Charlotte?
Yes, sir.
Nice town.
Thank you. I like it.
So are you, is this your first year with Saha or
Second year.
second year?
Yes.
Are there any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, the vote on this item, I believe, is to accept the audit report because we don't really approve it. The auditors provide it and we accept it. So that would be the requested vote.
Okay, do I hear a motion to accept the audit as presented?
So move.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion passes. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6238, approving the consolidated operating budget for the San Antonio Housing Authority and its affiliated nonprofit entities for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023. And Diana Fiedler will present.
Thank you. So this item is requesting your approval for the organization's 2023 fiscal year budget. First, I'd like to thank the Finance Chair, Commissioner Kaufman, for meeting with us and taking a deep dive and going through all of the budget material prior to the meeting. I thank you very much. I'd like to introduce my budget team. There are two folks on our budget team, Jennifer Mireles and Priscilla Segovia, and they work very hard on this budget. The timeline for the budget begins in October. We start with staffing plans, and it progresses through managers and department heads, providing budgets, sort of a lot of back and forth, review, things like that. And then it ends with each department head providing business plans, goals, accomplishments. Those need to be consistent with the strategic plan. Then the budget team and the CFO meets with each of these department heads or officers to review their budgets, and then finally we wrap it all up by presenting it to the CEO, and then we bring it here to you for approval. So today we're going to review sort of a high level on a consolidated level, as well as the budget by line of business, of our operating businesses as well as our capital businesses, and then but your budget packet that you received has a lot more granular data. You should be able to see in there every property budget, every department budget, all kinds of information. So if you have any questions on any of those, we'd be happy to go over it with you. Ed, Brandy, and myself are all going to be presenting information to you today because, as you know, a budget is much more than just numbers, right? It's about the people we serve and the work we do every day. So, for the agenda, I'm going to go over some of actually Ed is going to go over the significant accomplishments for the agency, and then Brandy's going to take over on talking about what we do and who we serve, and then I'll take over and talk about the federal funding environment, and our current funding that we've, notifications that we received just last week. And then I'll go through the actual budget figures for you, okay? The next slide. So now Ed will take over.
So just a few, I won't go through all of these, but just a few of the accomplishments for this year that I wanted to point out. As the committee knows, we have adopted new organizational values this year of equity, compassion, and excellence. And we have also started training staff on equity and trauma-informed care. At this point, we've trained about 200 people on equity, and another 100 are scheduled for training. And trauma-informed care, I think we've trained about 100, and we're now doing train the trainer classes, and we'll be rolling that out through the rest of the organization. We've also expanded our Wi-Fi, both at Beacon and public housing, so we're happy to do that. That's an effort that we started a number of years ago. We also received an award for emergency housing vouchers related to COVID. So we successfully issued those vouchers, and we're hopeful that we can get additional funding. Also, some really good news is the first ever housing allocation of bond funds was passed recently by the city. And so we have an opportunity to request bond funding up to $150 million for affordable housing. And we've been working on rebuilding relationships with the community, and part of that, we've started master planning the Alazan community, and we've also kicked off, and thank you, Commissioner Pettis, for attending. We've kicked off the Lincoln master planning effort in the last week. So with that, I will turn it over to Brandy.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So as Ed mentioned, all of our accomplishments, and a lot of that is built from our mission statement that we have set for the organization. And so it's obviously improving the lives of our residents by providing that affordable housing, as well as our building sustainability and thriving communities. That's where all of our strategic plan focuses on, and those outcomes. And so I know many of y'all have seen those outcomes of our staff-focused outcomes. So we're looking at the respect, the value, diversity, and inclusion. So y'all will see some goals around that, as well as y'all may be aware of, we're actually in the process of hiring a director of EDI to really make sure we continue our focus on those particular outcomes. And then the other key one is that staff thrive at work. We recognize once we hire our employees, we want to make sure that they are thriving and we're being able to retain them. So there's been a lot of work around those, and the work groups have been developed by many of our staff members today. And then we have several of our resident-focused. We know that our residents are why we're here every single day, and so we want to make sure that our residents still have sufficient housing choices, whether it's through our public housing communities, our Housing Choice Voucher Program, Beacon, or the many partnerships that we have in San Antonio. We want to ensure that the quality of housing is there and that they live in the quality of housing that all of our families deserve. Feel safe, we have some outcomes there, as well as some of our making sure our residents have access to affordable utilities. So what we do, these are new numbers as of December of 2021, and so just large scale, we have about currently, we make up about 10% of that local rental market. We have a little over 6,000 public housing homes, about 3,800, almost 3,900 homes in our Beacon communities. Our partnerships have about 4,800, and then our largest program is our assisted housing vouchers, which are our Housing Choice Vouchers, and that's a little over 13,700. We serve approximately 62,000 individuals throughout the variety of these programs. So these 4 programs are about 62,000. I will put an asterisk by the Beacon and the partnerships. Those are estimated based off of about 2.5 is our average family size, but we definitely have all of the information on our public housing and our Housing Choice Voucher Program. And today we have a little over 2,000 families that are receiving services through our Community Development Initiatives Department. So this we wanted to break down on our two federal programs, and that is the public housing and the voucher program. And so we have about 17,500 families that we are serving every day through those two programs. 94% of those families are made up of one-head household, and 47% of those 17,500 households are of children, and we show our average household size of that 2.5. Our median income for our program is about $9,900, and so out of comparison, because I know we talked to the board a lot about AMIs, and so recently HUD published the new AMIs, and so for the city of San Antonio, a family of three, because I rounded it up from the 2.5, we know we serve our extremely low families on our program, and so that's on average about $23,000. So our families are at the 99, so we know that they're well below that 30% kind of threshold when we've been talking to the board about AMI. 52% of our families are on fixed income, so which is reflective of our communities, and we know that between public housing as well as the Housing Choice Voucher, we do have half of our families are what we consider older adults, and the other are family, and so that number makes it aligns to who the clients we are serving, and about 31% of our families actually do earn income. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and turn over the federal funding trend back over to Diana.
Thanks, Brandy. So this slide shows you the federal funding trend for public housing operating subsidy, the public housing capital grant, the Section 8 administrative fees, and the Section 8 housing choice voucher for the single program. These four funding sources make up our MTW funding as well. So you could see that, so I provided you from 2019 to 2022, and at the time we did the budget, all of the 22 figures were projected because we had no notification at the time from HUD. So the public housing operating subsidy you could see is fairly consistent between 2019 and 2020. The increase in 2021 had to do with, we had an energy performance contract that we implemented, so that saved us a little bit in operating subsidy, as well as HUD usually inflates your tenant rents, which decreases your operating subsidy. What they did in 21 was the opposite. They deflated it because of COVID. They knew that people were losing their jobs, and so they made a little bit of an adjustment there, and that gave us some additional funding. Well, in 2022, they not only took that deflation back, they inflated rents by 4.5%, and we know that that really didn't happen. So it did decrease, had the effect of decreasing our funding. We did submit our operating subsidy application. That is the figure we have received. When I go through the HUD funding on the next slide, there's maybe a little bit of a glimmer of hope for some additional funding there, but we'll go over that in the next slide. So then the next item is the Public Housing Capital Fund. You can see that that's consistently been funded at around $13 million. We did get notification last week, though, however, that we got an additional $3 million. We are funded at $16.2 million, which is a $3 million increase, or about a 23% increase, which is actually higher than the increase in federal funding in that program. So that's wonderful news. The next item is the Section 8 administrative fees. These fees don't change very much over time, but this past year in 2022, HUD gave us a 6.5% increase in fees. The one thing they do, though, is we don't actually know what our funding is for the calendar year until the calendar year is over. Like, we literally just got a final indication of what our Section 8 funding was for 2021 last week. So we won't know final numbers on this until this time next year. But it's pretty good news. I mean, that's something I had not seen in the past before at all. Yes, sir.
Okay. You don't know how much money has been spent or received from the federal government until the end on this program?
For our particular program, the funding itself, they will give you funding every single month. They change the proration sometimes monthly. So they'll say, well, this month we're going to prorate funding at about 85%. The next month it may be 86%. The next month it may be 84% again. So then what they do is they do a reconciliation at year end based on the amount of money they have available to them, and they make adjustments. Now, these are not large adjustments. Like the adjustment we got last week was probably $300,000. So in the grand scheme
That's small.
well, in the grand scheme of $10.6 million, it's smaller than.
And how does it impact the operating costs for, you're talking about public housing right now, right?
That particular one is, well, public housing does get prorated as well. Yes, it does get prorated as well.
So the way it works, we set our budget, so we're spending against the budget. So our expenditures don't change, but the HUD actual funding amount may fluctuate month to month, and then at the end of the year, they finalize the amount. And I think they just recently finalized public housing and gave us a little bit more money.
Section 8. Right. Public housing, we should know before the end of the calendar year. That department's more consistent with the funding, and the funding's more consistent. So then the last item on here is the Section 8 Hap funding, and you could see that there was a significant increase in 2021. That's actually the largest inflationary increase I have ever seen in my over 29 years here. Typically, we see about a 2% increase in Hap. Last year, they funded us at about 6.85% increase, inflationary increase. And we also got notification last week of our brand new Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher funding at $115.5 million, which is almost a 4% increase, which is again larger than normal. So those are all so far good news.
So does that impact your operating or your service delivery or what?
No, because we're operating against the budget and the estimates of what HUD will give us, and then what they finally give us is just a plus or minus in our cash.
Okay, so next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. Should I be doing? Okay, so this is the federal funding update that I mentioned. So there was finally an actual budget for HUD this year. We are very used to seeing continuing resolutions as opposed to actual budgets, but it's good news that there was an actual budget. So there was $27.4 million for tenant-based rental assistance for the Housing Choice Voucher Program. That was a 4.4% increase, and if you remember on the last slide, what we got was a 3.8% increase. So overall, good news. $3.2 billion for Public Housing Capital Fund. That was a 15.7% increase in federal funding, but our particular funding was almost 23% increase. Public housing operating subsidies, this is where my glimmer of hope comes in for how they may fund us. There was a 4.1% increase overall for public housing funding, but we did not receive an increase. So we're hoping that perhaps what they'll do is increase the proration that they're funding us at to closer to 100%. HUD typically does not fund any of these programs at 100%. Last year was the first time we've seen 100% in anything, and it was the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher HAP only that got funded at 100%. Then there was some increase for the project-based rental assistance, of which we have several of those properties in the Beacon portfolio. That increase was 3.9%, but we have only renewed one contract that I'm aware of, and at this point, we did not get 3.9%. What we saw was an increase of 2.8% in Texas. So better than nothing, but it wasn't 3.9%. Also, they approved $350 million for Choice Neighborhood Initiatives. Those are highly competitive grants, so we may or may not be participating in that program. There was an increase to the home investment partnership programs. That money goes to the city, but they do fund some of our tax credit properties that Tim and Tom bring you. And then there was also an increase for homeless assistance grants, which is great for the community. Next slide. So this is some background information on HAP, our average HAP cost by calendar year. You could see that there's a pretty consistent increase between 2017 and then there's a larger increase in 2018. 2018, if you recall, or may have been on the board at the time, is when we implemented our small area FMRs in our Section 8 program. So that created that a little bit of a bump in that year, a little bit of an increase. 2019 and 2020 are closer to the 2% inflationary increases that we're used to seeing. 2021 was a much lower increase, and obviously that was impacted by COVID. Much fewer people were moving at the time, so it sort of fixed rents at a lower level. And then 2022 is what is projected, and that projection is $665 per unit, which is a small increase. Unfortunately, even the $15.5 million new funding level that we received only funds us at $656 per unit if we were fully leased up. Okay, so this is our consolidated revenue of $220.6 million. This is showing our revenue by line of business. So the Section 8 program is $115.3 million, public housing $40.5 million, Beacon is projected at $38.5 million, real estate services at $7.5 million, community initiatives at $2 million, capital funds at $16.5 million, and central office at $0.3 million. So that gives you a total each by line of business. Next slide. So this shows our consolidated revenue by type or by budget line item. You could see that HAP is by far our largest dollar amount. It's $105.1 million. Then there's rental revenue at just over $46 million, operating subsidy at almost $28 million, capital grants at $16.5 million, Section 8 admin at about $10 million, miscellaneous revenue at $8.2 million. That's largely the real estate services fees that they're bringing in. Other grants at $5.5 million, and interest income of $1.2 million. So this is our operating budget by line of business. I'm going to cheat and look at another document because I want to give you last year's figures. So we have separated this by the 5 columns on the left are when I give you the quarterly report, we refer to those as our operating business units. So those are our housing business units as well as our management agent, which is the central office. And then the 2 on the right, real estate and capital, are both our capital lines of business. And the eliminating entry column is an accounting thing when you provide services between owned entities and affiliated entities, you must eliminate them. So you could see that there's elimination column, but you could see on the bottom row where it says net surplus or deficit, that amount is 0, so it must zero out. So the public housing loss for the 2023 fiscal year is budgeted at $4.3 million. That was a deficit of $2.8 million last year. Section 8 is budgeted for a $1.1 million loss. They had a $200,000 loss budgeted last year. Beacon portfolio is budgeted at a surplus of $4 million, which was budgeted at $4.8 million last year. But of that $4 million, they have $3.4 million in principal payments that are due on loans during that fiscal year. So that needs to be set aside for those payments. Central office has an $800,000 loss budgeted. Last year they had a $600,000 surplus. CDI resident services has a $2.3 million loss budgeted, and last year that was $1.9 million. Real estate has a $3.7 million surplus budgeted for the fiscal year, and last year that was 4.7. So you could see overall on the total column, we are budgeted for a net loss of $800,000, so essentially a balanced budget. The next page.
Should we wait on questions till later, or can we?
No, you anytime, please.
So I think about a lot of the comments that come up in public comment around safety and are around repairs and maintenance, and so my eyes are really drawing towards how we're budgeting towards that.
Yes, ma'am.
And so when I look under repairs and maintenance for Section 8, specifically, I don't see any money. Is that?
Right, those are properties we don't own. We
Got
issue
it.
the HAP. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And there's a significant increase in Section 8. There are some, I'm sorry, in maintenance, there are some supplemental information. I'll just point out that maintenance and repairs have gone up $1.5 million from the budget last year, if you look at your consolidated income trend. So there are
Page
some.
41, is it? Slide
$1.5 million.
41? Yeah, okay.
And the protective services, the security has also increased. I think it may have had a sharp increase during COVID because we received additional funding
Okay.
from HUD for that, but prior to that, our spending level was about $1 million. So here we're up to 1.4 million.
1.4.
So Ed, the increase in repair costs, is that basically trying to catch up on?
We have a lot of catch-up, right, from COVID related, because we were only doing emergency work order response during COVID in order to not get in the units, so we have a lot of catch-up.
Okay, so otherwise it's normal expenditures.
In addition, we also have an evaluation of, I think it's called Priority 1, or it's a high priority items that are in need for health and safety reasons. So we're also planning to spend some of our capital fund on that, and you'll see that on a later page.
The next slide. So this slide shows you our 5-year public housing capital plan. You could see that what we did was we fixed the budget at the $13.2 million, which is the CFP funding level. So good news, we have $3 million extra to spend each year now because we've got our new, well, hopefully. This year it's $16.2 million. So we will update this information. So you can see that there are items that are needed for public housing operating support out of this grant, for the administration of the grant, for there is the CFFP loan payment that is a capital fund financing program. There's a loan payment that is being paid off, and somewhere in the middle of the 2024 grant, that loan will finally be paid off. So we'll have some additional dollars to spend. There are salaries in there, architectural and engineering fees. And then we budget about $650,000 a year for emergency or unscheduled repairs in the public housing portfolio. The largest dollar item you could see in 2022 is that $5.3 million. Now, that is based on the P&A, the physical needs assessment, and those are priority items 5 and 6, which, as Ed mentioned, those are exigent health and safety issues that need to be addressed immediately. So those will be covered through the 2022 grant. And then what we did with the balance of the grant is basically just assign it to the remainder of the capital needs in the P&A. And obviously, those dollars are never going to cover what you truly need in public housing. Next slide. So this is our Beacon 5-year plan, and since they don't have any actual grants covering their physical needs, they have to get it from another source, right? So we have the ability to borrow funds on some of our properties. So you can see there that there's 2 years that we're going to borrow funds. The $4 million is actually in place now that work is going on, and it will continue. That is at the Burning Tree Apartments. The fiscal year 23-24, $3 million, that is for the Pecan Hill Apartments. That's a PBRA property, and they are able to leverage funds, and that work should start within that fiscal year. Then there's some small items that we're going to take care of through operations because they're smaller than really capitalized items should be. And then there's some significant reserves work that's going to be done through reserves in the fiscal year 22-23 year. The largest part of that is at Woodhill, and they do actually have the three, I think it's about $4 million worth of reserves that they're going to do work to upgrade the property, much needed. And then there's some smaller amounts at some of the other Beacon properties. We did provide all of the detail in your packet, but if you'd like, I can list them. It's a lot of information.
I just have a quick question going back to slide 15. Sure. The overall 13.2 going to 16.2.
Yes, ma'am.
Where will that surplus fund fall?
So that would go to the remainder of the P&A items, because it looks like with the $5.3 million.
Yep.
That we were able to take care of all of the 5 and 6 priority health and safety items.
Okay.
So then Brandy and her team, Brandy, Tom, and their teams will work on where to assign those dollars, priority. So then the balance of the necessary work at Beacon is unfortunately unfunded. That dollar amount that you see there for 22-23 of the $2.4 million, 1.9 of that is actually already getting kicked off. That's at our Via de Valencia property. That is a PVRA property that is unable to borrow money. So we'll need assistance from another source. So we did include some of these dollars in the MTW request. So this is our sources and uses of MTW funds. The largest item there is $62 million. Those are our HUD-held Housing Choice Voucher HAP funds. Those are being held at HUD, but that is our best estimate of what those dollars will be at 6/30. The next 3 items are new. You will not have seen them before. HUD MTW office is requiring us to make this calculation. They have provided the prescribed calculation to calculate these dollars, and they would be available dollars, what they determined to be available dollars at the end of our fiscal year. The public housing calculation is $4.2 million, and that $4.2 million represents basically just 1 month of operating reserve for public housing anyway. So we really feel like we need to set that aside for operations, right? And then the HAP funds of $1.1 million, because of the way that HUD funds us, they operate what's called a cash management program, a cash management system, as all federal programs are required to do, but HUD Section 8 does a very good job of it. They consistently will change your cash funding, not your actual funding, right? And then they keep the money within that $62 million. So that cash may be with me today and not tomorrow. But again, and then the admin fees is $300,000. That's a small amount. And then for the uses, the first 4 items are going to be the operating deficits that we just went over. So public housing, Section 8, $1.1 million, public housing, $4.3 million, resident services through CDI, $2.3 million, and the central office, $800,000. So those are simply the operating deficits for the fiscal year 23 that we're projecting brought over to the uses. And then the remainder of the uses are, the lion's share is going to Alazan, and that's still some pre-development costs as well as development costs. And then we have an investment that is needed in MTW and maybe some tax credit and Beacon properties. Then we have the funding gap in the Snowden property that we are self-developing at $8.5 million. And then we have the Lincoln pre-development costs of $2 million. And then we have the preservation of affordable housing, and that's those capital uses from Beacon that I was talking about that need to be funded. So that's about $5 million worth of need there. And then we have the, so this is building readiness for some childcare centers that are going to be in public housing, and that is $3 million, and Ed's going to talk about that.
So yes, let me just mention that. So we've had additional conversations with Bezos Academy, and they are very interested in targeting next September 2023 to open up the first center. And so we're really excited about it. We've identified a building that would work. It's on the east side. And it's about 9,000 square feet. The building needs some investment on our part of about $1 million. So the rest of the funding would be additional phases of child care centers, preschool centers. And this program, I might have mentioned before, they would be providing the teachers, they would provide the meals for the kids, and they would provide the curriculum. So all of that funding would come from Bezos Academy, and we would provide the building itself.
And this would be free of charge for residents?
It would be free of charge for residents. And the priority, I believe, is foster care, kids coming out of foster care, kids that are homeless, and low-income kids. And then once those priorities are filled, they would move into higher income brackets.
That's fantastic. There's a lot of pre-K closures in the east side coming up, so that'll be timely.
And then the last item there you'll see is the public housing Wi-Fi, and that is for the service only, as the infrastructure should be complete this fiscal year or soon thereafter. So that's $1 million for that. So you can see there's a balance there of sources and uses of MTW funds. Okay, so this is our personnel count. So we started, this fiscal year, we have 647 folks budgeted. Next year, the projection is for did I say 647? I'm sorry. The increase is 23. We're going from 647 to 670. Okay, so for public housing, there are just 5 positions that are needed. These are porters and people that are going to be directly on site. This is just additional need that Brandy and her team have identified. The community development initiatives, those are for the New Jobs Plus grant that we received, as well as 1 administrative staff member. The 19 negative number there on Beacon is due to those 3 properties that were going to be converted to Beacon that were since not. They were re-syndicated as tax credit properties. So that's no decrease in service. It's just 3 properties did not come into the portfolio. So those 19 positions were not needed. Property management, and I apologize, I'm going to have to look at my notes for that one. There's a lot of movement. So in property management, there are 3 administrative staff. Thank you. There are 3 administrative staff added for the management of Beacon. There are 5 administrative staff added to public housing. And then there are 10 public housing waitlist management folks, but basically that was just a transfer of folks into the property management company, because the waitlist folks used to manage a combination of public housing and Section 8, and then it really just morphed into them managing public housing. So we thought it made more sense to move them into that actual management company. And that is 9 transferred, and then 1 additional assistant manager to help with those, the call center, right? And that, so the wait list includes the call center folks that call in for complaints and compliments, those folks, right? And then we have 12 additional folks at the, inside the central office. And those are asset, I think we have 1 position in asset management for all of the additional tax credit properties that we're bringing on to help Tom out there with all the compliance. And then we have an additional person there's a new trainer in HR, there's a new assistant director in HR, there's a new senior crime analyst in security, there's an assistant director of public affairs and policy, there's a new EDI director, there are 2 new IT positions to manage all of the new software and applications, and there's a new planning senior manager, as well as a new compliance analyst in regulatory and oversight.
Okay, and so these are not necessarily new positions. They're already were scheduled to come online, or
Some are already active. For example, the HR assistant director is active. So in this sheet, Diana's comparing next year's budget to last year's budget. And since last year's budget, we made some changes in HR and reorganized a bit. This comparison shows we're adding a position, but it's actually a position that's already in place.
Staffing up in most cases?
Yeah, it's already staffed. It's just in next year's budget. It was not in last year's budget.
It's not included in last year's budget. Yes, sir.
So there are a few of those, and there are a few new positions. For example, the Director of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, which we call EDI, is a new position, and we're currently recruiting for that.
Next slide. So this slide shows our organizational structure. It shows Board of Commissioners, Ed reporting to the Board of Commissioners, and each of the officers and the departments reporting to them. And that is the end of the presentation. So if you have any questions. I'd be happy to answer them.
Are we going through each of I read through all of the department goals and pieces there, and one of the things that I was trying to look at, the 4 resident elements: sufficient housing, quality housing, safety, and affordable utilities. And I just noticed that in some cases there wasn't anything for resident safety. Again, my brain is really like picking up on that because of just the trend in feedback that we receive at open comment, and so I just didn't know if there were any reflections across the board on how we felt about department goals focused on safety of residents.
So I think I'm thinking, Commissioner, you're probably looking at every department.
Yep.
So if you look at the operational departments, you will see that. And so what we recognized is for the operations departments such as public housing, Beacon, you're going to see you will see some goals around that, but you may not see that same goal in the finance department.
Yeah.
But we do work very closely with our support departments to make sure they're helping us meet those goals.
Richard, do you have anything to add about our process?
Thank you. So as part of our strategy management process, we are actually looking closely at where there may be gaps such as the ones that you identified, and looking at ways to narrow that gap with every budget cycle. So this is a new process, our strategy management process, and we're going to start setting some goals internally in terms of making sure that we do close those gaps wherever it's appropriate.
I should have mentioned that we actually included policy and planning, Richard and his team, in our budgeting planning this year. This is our first year to truly try to integrate the strategic plan with the budget in the same timeline. So thanks to him and his team as well.
And every quarter, Richard pulls the senior team together and a few other people to review how we're progressing against the outcomes and the goals that we've set. So we're every quarter having an opportunity to check and monitor that.
Are there any other questions or comments? Okay. So we need a motion to approve the consolidated, not to approve, it's to accept, right?
To approve it to go to the board consent agenda.
I motion to take the proposed budget to the next board agenda.
Second.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is update and discussion regarding the quarterly financial report. Diana Fiedler.
So we do have a financial report for you, and I apologize, I didn't know we were really going to go over this. But I do have a notes. I guess we thought that the budget and the audit would run so late. So, before you can see the financial report for the operations department, and you can see that, remember that we separate operations from capital, right? So you could see that the results show a deficit before non-cash items of $400,000, which is $1.3 million better than budget. So some of those positive variances were $4.3 million in grants that include $1.4 million due to an increased proration from HUD, $2.9 million in public housing, consisting of $1.5 million in operating subsidy, also from a increase in proration, and $1.4 million in TERS funding for the Labor Street project. There was also $4 million in salaries and benefits savings that are resulted from staff vacancies and positions being placed on hold, and Ayana Longoria will go over that in the Operations Committee. She'll cover all of those issues. There are also greater than expected interest expense and higher than expected interest income. So next slide. So the next slide shows our capital activities, and they reflect a surplus before non-cash items of $18.2 million, which is $6.2 million better than budget. And those are from some of the tax credit deals that Tim and Tom Roth have been bringing you. The last one, the last resyndication of tax credits brought in about $8 million in revenue. So that one was a quite good windfall. Then some unfavorable variances there was that grants revenue was related. Grants revenue was lower than expected, and that's for our capital fund grant because that is a cost reimbursement grant. So as work goes on, the timing of it is just out, nothing you can control, right? So when the work gets done, that's when we draw the funds, that's when the revenue is recorded, and that's when the expense is recorded as well. So, no revenue, no expense. That's the upside of that. So next page. So this is our consolidated, so this is our consolidated revenue comparison, and you can see that total revenue was approximately 4% lower compared to the last year, and basically because of HAP revenue, and that has to do with our lower than normal lease up level on that program, and pretty much everything else there was consistent year over year. Next slide. So these are our consolidated expenses, and again, the largest contributor to the variance is going to be the HAP expense here. Everything else pretty much being pretty consistent, again, except ordinary maintenance and operations. You can see the larger increase in expense there, and again, it's mostly just inflation, right? It is what it is. So this ratio shows our debt to equity ratio. This shows your financial strength, and so this ratio did increase. We don't want it to increase, but when you do add affordable housing, sometimes this gets squeezed. We typically want to see this below 1, and so we'll just continue to monitor it, and over the next few acquisitions of partnerships, as there'll be quite a few coming on in the next 18 months or so. So this is our current ratio. This shows your financial liquidity and your ability to pay your bills. So this one decreased quite significantly from 3.76 to 2.14, but it decreased so drastically because there's $11 million worth of loans that are due in the next 12 months that we're required to show as a current payable. They will all be refinanced, and so they will go back into our long-term debt as opposed to current. So there's really not an issue. So without that $11 million, the current ratio would have been 3.13. So still a drop from 3.76. But as you acquire affordable housing, sometimes these things are going to they'll get squeezed, right? I mean, cash is less available. So again, those current liabilities, those 3 loans will be refinanced within the next few months. And so this should improve first quarter of next fiscal year. You have any questions about the quarterly report? There's also a cash report in there. I just want to let you know it's available to you. There is essentially no change in the cash report quarter over quarter. We ended last quarter with $100 million, and we ended the quarter ended March 31st also with $100 million. And we provide you with a lot of details there. I would introduce Decia Muniz. She handles our reporting. She prepares this report for you and for me, and does a great job. Just want you guys to meet some of my staff. I never bring anybody with me.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions on this report, if I may, but I do have some thoughts. I did find my notes to the department pieces where I was inquiring, so I just wanted to share some noticings. On security goals, page 38, slide 38, for residents feel safe. When I read these, the AWARE program, the Q-TIP program, and the SWAT program, this is like fresh eyes looking outward looking in. It seems like two of those three are like crime prevention that really kind of puts a burden on the community to be the observers and reporters, and we all know what, that can feel like, and the other concerns it can raise when you're trying to see something, say something in your own community. So I noticed that, and I was like, is that something to dig into? Is there anything systemically or about the physical space of some of these complaints that we get? And then I just thought, like, if there are anything that were more proactive, that were around building community, healing, there are many partners across San Antonio, the Corazon and others that do that type of community building, elder, cross-generational work. And so it just felt a little more like reactive and or like see something, say something when crime's happening, and I just wondered if there were other strategies.
Absolutely, and thank you for that. And so we know that the security department by Domingo, we've been leading a lot of efforts around how do we get the information. I think we talked to the board about prior to, we really didn't have a whole bunch, and we have been really over the last several years been trying to engage SAPD, and so that's where a lot of his focus is on. But we recognize, and I think Ed and I have had conversations on what are those, this seems more reactive, but what are those proactive measures? And so some of those things that I have Domingo working on is how do we engage, knowing that sometimes our residents have said it's really putting it on us, but we're really trying to say what is our partnership with SAPD, but we know that they have a lot of established programs that not just work for our communities, but the community at whole. When it comes to those other measures, like you said, the community involvement, we have lots of goals, Commissioner, that maybe don't make it to those sheets, and one of them is we're having a lot of discussions, and I've already started launching some of those community engagements that start with us. And I think for some reason, for a long time it didn't, or not long time, but for the past year, it probably didn't make it on those because of COVID. We weren't really doing that. We know our residents want to be in a space, and we were being very aware of the situations that were happening. Those are happening behind the scenes, just did not necessarily make it to that. Knowing that on our outcomes, we have those, and so Richard and my team are working together to say, here are those outcomes, and one of it is in community engagement. So what are the partners, but also what are those activities that we're bringing to bring our residents out so they feel comfortable and talking to the staff, talking to their neighbors, and so in that, it's that sense of community that we are trying to build, so then maybe it will help deter the potential crime that's happening. So I just always want to be mindful of that.
I think the other thing it makes me think of is like what we hear regularly from residents is like it doesn't matter if we say something or call the cops, the response rate is low, and the time to get there is high. So, just not seeing anything here about like the relationship and partnership with SAPD to work on some of those issues that while they do really great work in a lot of areas, every organization has room to grow, and I think that's a real concern for residents.
It is, and we recognize that, and I think where Ed and I have been trying to do is more maybe at our level is put that and extending or even building that relationship with SAPD. I think one of the ways our security department is doing, and it was mentioned in the kind of those positions, we have added to what we call those crime analysts, and they are actually at the Fusion Center. So I don't know if the board is aware of what's happening at the Fusion Center. So it's multiple entities together, and so they are collaborating, and that really has helped us have kind of that real-time information, but also at the same time giving us the ability to sit there and say, these are the conversations that we're having, but it really is Ed and I and others that are trying to have more of a high-level talk with SAP to say, this is needs of our residents, and so those continued conversations are being had behind the scenes, just not necessarily made into Domingo's kind of security goals, even though he is working very closely with us as well.
Okay, awesome. And I don't know, I know from my old apartment living days, there was always like one or two police officers that lived on site and got a really great deal on rent, and I don't know if we do that or if there's, different regulations, but that could be cool too.
So we are looking at that. That has traditionally in public housing, we had not had that before, but we definitely have had that in the past at our Beacon communities, and that is one of the key areas. Actually, Melissa Garza, our interim director of Beacon Communities, actually raised and said, would this be okay? And we said, let's do it. Let's figure out how it works.
Yeah.
And so that is something we're also exploring. And then not to say that if there's maybe some opportunity in public housing, there are some little different rules, but there are some HUD rules that may allow for something like that.
Okay, great. The other couple others, policy and planning goals, I noticed that there was a lot of administration of surveys, which I think is great. Two things that have come up in the past is participation goals around surveys, right? Sometimes we have low participation, and then I think the other thing is public perception of why even take the survey, is it going to matter? So really ensuring a survey goal, can have two other goals paired with it that make it more, meaningful to the community, right? How many people are going to actually participate and that will see that our feedback in the survey was actually implemented or did something to better improve what what residents experience.
Thank you for that. That's great advice. I think we want to take that to heart and see if we can't add some response rates into the next round, as well as proportional responses. There are groups, there are subgroups that we want to make sure we hear from in our residents, and that's something we want to we can document. I think your second point about making sure that residents understand the importance of the survey, if I understand you correctly.
Yeah, they will be bought into that there's an importance when they see that we take the survey and something happens as a result.
So I'm thinking about that in terms of closing the feedback loop and letting residents know, what we heard is the first step, and then and so that they can have a sense of being heard, and they can connect that to actions that come thereafter. So that's a part that is still in conceptual stage, and we'll definitely do some work on that this year.
Awesome. The only other things I noticed was assisted housing program goals. There's one around resident safety, and it was lobby renovations to provide a meeting space. And I just wondered, is resident feedback around what matters for safety? My assumption is that if something was elevated to this page, it's because residents told us, hey, if you do these things, we will feel safer. So I just wanted to know the connection to this specific bullet point and what we've heard.
So for the assisted housing programs, as I know you mentioned it during the budget, there was no security and no maintenance. So we in that particular program, we're not the landlords, but we recognize that there are things that we can do. And so knowing what our residents are saying, and so how can we help provide them guidance when choosing locations? How do we use some of our resources to help provide education to landlords on what is needed? For example, just recently, we had a resident town hall meeting, and a lot of the questions on there was related to safety and security, but they were, in a good way, they were not necessarily our communities. They were the communities that we are out in the Section 8 program. And so what we took that and we said, okay, there's still some more things that we have to do. And so it's what are we going to do internally to help address that? And one of the questions, to your point, Commissioner Contreras, is the person said, do I have a commitment from you? You're telling me this. And I said, yes. And so actually I was just having that conversation with Stephanie Rodriguez, the director, and I said, we need to develop our game plan internally to go back to these residents and see what we can do. And we know that there's different structures in place because we are not necessarily the landlord, but what are the resources that we can provide to our residents? And so we thought it's still important because when we do those surveys, a majority of those surveys are being responded to by our Section 8 families, and so what can we do to address that? So that's why we still felt it was critical to put that as part of our goals, because we want them to know their voices are also being heard.
That's great. I know there's a difficulty in a lot of these units when we are not the landlord, but they still fall under our purview. So I wonder what is possible, maybe in terms of accountability that landlords have in our relationship with them?
So the first, and this is where sometimes it gets challenging for our families, and what we want to try to do is reduce as many barriers. The step is if they come to us, and depending on what is in place, if it's a feel safe can mean like the quality of their unit as well. We look at it through the housing quality standards, so that inspection piece. And so the action is first we would inspect that unit, and if it failed because of maybe security or something outside or even in their units, we have to provide the opportunity to the landlord to correct those deficiencies. If they choose not to correct those deficiencies, the repercussion is that we stop that HAP payment, so we stop paying for that portion of subsidy, and we issue a voucher to our residents, which thus then makes the burden on them. Now they have to go find a unit. So that's one thing. There are situations where we have in the past, if we had numerous concerns that are raised from our families, maybe on a particular landlord, we have made the decision as an organization that we would no longer do business. But we're very mindful of any time we make those decisions, it's going to be impactful to that family. And that was one of the discussions I actually had recently with those residents that were alerting us of some concerns. And so any actions that we take, and like I said, we're working through our action plan because we don't want our families to feel like they're not being heard. We want to make sure we are dotting all the I's, crossing the T's, and going ahead. So there are certain programs, because this particular one was not necessarily a Section 8 voucher property, but it is a Section 8 program, so it's something slightly different. But we have regulations, and so I want to make sure, do we have everything that we can do as an organization, and are we ready to prepare to take the next step? I will tell you when those things are impacting. Obviously, Ed and I are having lots of discussions, but usually in the past we would bring it to the board just so y'all are aware of what steps we're taking. So we try not to go to that extreme, because right now we know it's limited. We really do try to have conversations with landlords before we get to that point, but there are some unique situations that really do drive our decisions to say this is not the quality of housing or the neighborhood or whatever reason that we really want to keep our families going to.
Thank you, Brandy.
Do we need any action on this item?
On the finance
report?
It's just a report, and there is, as Diana mentioned, a cash report that's included in the packet, and that is required by state law to be provided to the governing body every quarter.
Okay, thank you. So then we're ready to adjourn? Okay, do I hear a
Yes, we
motion
are.
to adjourn this committee meeting?
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
Okay, we're adjourned.
Don't go anywhere. You want to go straight into real estate and operations in real estate, or do we need a break? Good? Everybody good? It's us? It's y'all? Commissioners?
good.
We good? Okay.
If you're ready.
All right, here we go. Calling the San Antonio Housing Authority Operations and Real Estate Committee meeting to order.
Doug, do we need to do roll call? Conduct roll call?
No, since we haven't had a break, I think we can just continue with
Okay,
acknowledging
thank you.
everybody's
We are
still here.
continuing to record.
Great. Do we have any public comment at this time?
No, ma'am, we do not.
Okay, since we don't have any public comment, we'll go on to presentations. Item number 3, update and discussion regarding Alazan by Master Planner Able City.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good to see everybody. Mario Peña here with Able City, for the record. Sima.
Hi, I'm Seema Kairam.
See everyone. We're happy to give you all our monthly update for the project. We are. Do we have a clicker? Yeah. So we are rounding out our listening and learning phase of our project. As we talked about last time, we expanded that to make sure that we reached enough residents, and we felt like the community, had enough time to weigh in on the conversation, really to begin the conversation with Able Cities. So we made some additional efforts to reach out to everybody, and so we'll go through that here today. All right, so we did a round of door knocking, and we purposely don't have any pictures. We decided it was probably best to have a safe space for people to come out and greet us without a camera in front of them. So excuse the sort of humdrum graphics here, but we have a lot of data now. I think that we're very happy to have. We knocked on all 501 doors at Alazon. If somebody wasn't home, we dropped off a flyer. Some people we had to come back to talk to because they were busy. So we had a little bit of repeat even on those 501 doors. All in all, we had 136 conversations with residents at their front door. We were meeting them there. We were very happy with the outcome of that. We feel like the community really saw the effort that the Housing Authority did through our work to really concentrate on meeting them on their terms, at their front steps. So we've recorded all of that. We've got a great set of conversations that we are turning into some still qualitative data to sort of rely on. We're keywording all of the conversations that we had. There was a little bit of an opinion survey, but open-ended, that we gave them. We gave them a questionnaire. It was basically a question of, what do have you heard of this project, so that we can have the conversation about telling them what the project is all about, where we were, what the intent is from the board. Secondly, what they like about the place they live in, right? So we want to make sure we capture and preserve all of the positive elements, of the courts. And then thirdly, what do you think we could improve? And so we have all of the sort of what we could say is maybe predictable conversations about just modern amenities like dryers, air conditioning, all those kinds of things. Obviously, that came up pretty high on the keyword list. But there are other things that we felt, we discovered as we talked to the residents. Things like playgrounds, safety, sort of traffic issues, things like that. So we really were able to dive deep. That led us to really be able to populate our resident committee with a great set of residents that are very active, that are passionate about helping us make the right decisions for the courts. So we had our first resident committee meeting. Was it April 26th? Is that the first one? April 26th, we had 17 residents. We've had 2 meetings, actually. I think we had a meeting after we turned in this presentation, maybe, right?
No.
Or was it? It's there. Okay. So the 17 members that showed up to the first meeting, committee members, they came by the Tami Youth Center there on Guadalupe, so walkable from the courts. We had a great conversation. It was really an introduction to the process. They are very excited to learn with us, right, and so they can weigh in on all of the pressures. And Sima will get into this of balancing all of the things that we have to balance. But they're helping us balance all of these constraints and sort of elements that maybe work counter to each other. So they'll be part of that conversation, and so they're excited to be part of it. We had childcare available for everybody. We provided dinner. We gave them a stipend for their time, and so I think that stipend went a long way. We're paying them for their time, their opinion. So they're working with us, right? They're a part of the working team as we go through the process. With that, Sima.
This is just one slide from that kind of introductory presentation, but I think it kind of helps frame for you all how we're talking about the project. And so really, we were asking this question, what does success look like? And really, I sort of think of it as a 3-legged stool. There's meeting the resident needs, so addressing all of those concerns that we heard from residents. It's honoring the history and culture of Alazan Courts and the West Side. And then the third leg of the stool is coming up with a design and a development scheme that Saha can actually build. And so all of those things, and they're kind of broken out into kind of more fine detail here, but all of those things need to be part of that design. You know, a design that meets resident needs but isn't fundable isn't going to work. So we're asking residents to come along with us and learn enough about each one of these things so that they can help us make decisions, understand what compromises need to be made, where their priorities, let them tell us where their priorities are when we have to make tough decisions. So really those committees are designed for folks to keep coming back and keep learning with us and helping develop the design along the way. So we're not saying, you know, we've already decided in a back room what happens and we're just giving you some kind of lipstick on a pig decision making, but it's really like learn with us and help us prioritize and develop the design together. I think a success of the first resident meeting was that the second meeting we had 27 people show up. We had a pretty full room. We had a lot of kids. And on this meeting, we focused on the history and storytelling. So we had some great guest speakers. We had Dr. Christine Drennan from Trinity, Graciela Sanchez from the Esperanza, and then Leticia Vela, who she was born in the courts, and she's written a great article, and she actually had a really kind of wonderful presentation about how the courts impacted her family, and, you know, kind of connected with the residents on a personal level. So that was a really great meeting, and just kind of building that foundation about, you know, that we're not trying to start from scratch. We really want to build on, you know, the existing culture and community that exists there.
Intention for the space, you know, did we meet that? Do you have any feedback for the next time that we come together? You know, what worked, what didn't?
We haven't done that yet, but that's great. It's a great way to end, so we'll incorporate that in the future.
It's just a good way to check our own assumptions when we say, like, it was wonderful, you know, do we have their input that it was wonderful? Yeah.
So the great thing about that is that, so they're basically the same 20-person committee coming in, and so we're getting to know them on a personal level, and they talk to us, and I think that's the thing. It's like this, you know, being like within reach of the design team for everybody is probably new, and I think they really appreciate that, and they feel comfortable telling us their complaints and what, you know, that's the goal for us. So there's a lot of feedback loops going on all the time as we go through this, and so and that's why we wanted to have this core that we're the same core that could build on all the knowledge we're trying to share with everybody, and then start to make decisions together.
Yeah, that's really great. I mean, when you think about, you know, just being consistent about that and not leaving it to chance. You know, well, we didn't hear anything. There's an open feedback loop. No one said anything doesn't necessarily mean that there wasn't feedback, right? But it's part of what you're helping do is like rebuild trust and rebrand, you know, kind of live out some of Saha Opportunity Homes' new like mission, vision, how we values and priorities. So I think that that's also part of, right, like we heard your feedback last time, here's what you said, here's what you should expect to experience today, and keep it coming. Really, I think helps anybody that's a representative out in the field for the organization to live out what we're saying on paper, right? So thank you for that.
Great. So I'll move on to kind of some other events. You know, in addition to the door knocking and the committee meetings, which we've started, we attended a couple of community events recently. So we were at the Dia de los Niños festival. So we had, you know, we're engaging kids and just sort of, we had our name out there. When there weren't a ton of actual Alazan residents, but when we saw people, we saw during our door knocking, they came up to us and we had another conversation, or the councilwoman. So we, you know, just another one of those, like just seeing our faces out in the community, continuing to build that trust. We also attended the Paseo event at the Esperanza, and had a more, our activities were more focused on the Alazan master plan, had some great conversations there as well. And then I handed this out on paper last time, so hopefully you can maybe just catch the high-level dates there. We are starting our community committee meetings tomorrow. And so this is for anyone in the community who's interested in what's happening at Alazan Court. So, the community organizers, former residents, everyone that we've engaged, through the email list, at the kickoff meeting, who we've met at events. So we've been, fielding their RSVPs, and we should have a good group tomorrow. And then we'll continue on. Over the next couple of weeks, we have some good conversations coming up where, going back to that, what does success look like? We're going to start digging into looking at case studies. So what are other similar types of projects, and how did they get the project done, and what did their funding structure look like, and what compromises they have to make? And then digging into some of the constraints on the site. So, let's talk about where the floodplain is and how that's going to impact the design. And what are the existing conditions of the units, and how do those need to be modernized? So really bringing people along on what the decisions are, what the opportunities are, reflecting back what they've told us, and then also sort of sharing, kind of best practices in housing. Then lastly, as we're moving from the learning and listening phase into the design and visioning phase, behind the scenes, we've also been having a lot of conversations about, getting into the weeds of the details of how all of these things work. So working with Alamo Architects and EPS, our financial consultant, we've been starting to think through these things. We met with Tim and Lorraine earlier this week to kind of get their input and start expanding that conversation. So as we hear from the residents, we also want to make sure that what we're telling them is possible is actually possible, so that they can trust us, and then also say when we don't know, this is why we don't know, and this is what we need to figure out together, and have you help us prioritize. So I think that's it.
I think the next, just as a note, as Tim was saying, we're building on, it's like class 101 and then 201 and then 301, and we start building up. And so we are making an effort to, and we're not making an effort, we will absolutely make sure that all of the sort of complicated finance pressures that we have to contend with as we move forward is like absolutely understood by all of the residents, and they're not in our industry, they're not, and so, we're forcing ourselves to like strike down any sort of industry jargon, any sort of like anything translated into Spanish, like making sure that it's like that we are talking to them in like we talk to any clients that aren't in our industry. That's what we have to do, and so we are translating our finance consultants' presentations and jargon and everything else, and then summarizing it. And I think so that's going to be an interesting conversation that I'm excited to have with them, because I think that's when you start to see the possibilities and the constraints as well. So yeah, that'll be useful.
It'll be great to have them be thought partners too, as we have to make trade-offs, right? Because it's all, there will be, if we say yes to this, what are we going to say no to? And instead of that happening to them, it'd be great to have their voice. So thank you so much for doing that. Do we have any questions?
It sounds like you're having some success, and do you find that it's the usual people that come to your meetings? And I guess what I'm trying to get to is, do you try to make an effort to reach out to the rest of the residents that are not coming to the meetings? Or do you have them involved in the loop, or involve yourself in trying to get information out?
Well, so yes, so that's why there's three levels of engagement. There's the resident level engagement and that's the one where we've got, well, but in order to get to that level, we already went, like you said, we went and reached out to as many people as possible.
Okay, so my
at
point,
their doorstep
I guess my
to
point
bring
is,
them down into,
are you continuing to do that? The as many people as possible part?
correct, yes, absolutely. So now we have a great database of information from all the people we spoke to, the 136 people, which is,
Not bad, right?
it's fairly large, right? And then everyone has a way to reach out to us. Everyone knows our phone number, so there's a way to reach us, and we have a way to communicate with them. And then the way they engage is at the end and beginning of each of the phases of our project. There is a at-large meeting where everybody is invited to come and have a conversation. Firstly, it's about design, and then secondly, it's about firstly, it's about figuring out what the beginning design options could be, and it'll be a design charrette, and it's a community meeting, everybody's invited, right? So we would expect some portion of those larger portion of those 500 residents to come and visit with us in that event. And then we'll have that event again after the design options are drafted so that they can tell us which ones are our preferences, or which portions of each one are preferences, right? We don't have to go with one or the other. We could kind of do a hybrid based on their priorities. So we have another level of engagement that is at large.
So 500 residents, is that what you foresee, Ed? 500 or
500 families is what we have at Alazon. So the door knocking, I think.
So it's not going to grow because of our development plans? Additional units, no additional units?
So we've committed to one-for-one replacement.
Okay, one-to-one, okay.
The struggle we're going to have is with density. I think one of the things I've heard is that the residents don't want more density, and the only way you can get more units is with density, right?
And maybe chime in there too. That's part of the work we're doing with the different development models. That if some funding, it might be, in response to Ed's comment, if we can explain why more density helps them meet their other goals, then maybe that'll be more palatable for everybody, that, the additional units can bring in different types of revenue, therefore we can do X, Y, and Z. That's why we want to get them engaged in the process and understanding the process, so that it's not just if they don't know anything, it's easy to say yes or no just based on their gut, but let's bring them along and then see what their gut says.
Yeah.
And
they might change their mind about density, or not.
And so we need to be able to be fluid enough to have options kind of in different directions and kind of get what they're.
And even especially on the committee, getting into the nuance of density, because the word density could be density, like the density that is maybe undesirable to many people, but then there's all this in between nuanced density that, frankly, it's like it might be better than lower density too. There's some benefits to being sort of an in-between, like middle of the road kind of density. So getting the nuance into these conversations is critical, and that's why we love having this core group that's going to really work with us to understand that.
That's great. Any other questions? Okay, that concludes our presentation portion of today. Thank you so much. We're going to move on to individual items. We do have 12 individual items up today that after we go through each one, we'll be looking for a motion to move to the consent agenda item for our board meeting. We'll start with the first one, item number 4, consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6249, approving the award of a contract for roof replacement at Via Veramendi Apartments to Garland/DBS Inc. through Omnia Partners Public Sector, a nationwide purchasing cooperative, for an amount not to exceed $2,692,408. And we are going to hear from George Ayala, Director of Procurement, Hector Martinez, Director of Construction Services and Sustainability.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. This is a request to enter into an agreement with a qualified roof contractor for comprehensive roof replacement at the Via Veramendi Apartments. Villa Vetemende is a family community within our public housing portfolio, located on the inner west side of San Antonio. The property was redeveloped in the early 2000s and is in a condition of needing new roofs. The scope of work involves a comprehensive roof replacement. I think you might remember the last time I came to the board with another roof contract. It's very similar. Garland DBS is the general contractor. They provide some of the manufactured products as well. They qualify each of the contractors that they subcontract to in order to do these contracts. So this involves, Villa Vetemende has buildings that are mostly asphalt shingle, and then there's a limited amount of buildings that are metal roofed, and as you're seeing on the picture now, the most prominent of those buildings being the leasing office and community room.
So what are we looking at on the screen now?
So that is the attic, the underside of the roofs.
Existing roofs? I mean,
Yes, this is existing, yes, sir. So what the scope of work involves stripping down the roofs down to the original wood decking. We inspect the roof decking for damages. We replace them as needed. All of those replacements are well documented. On top of, after we replace whatever roof decking is deemed damaged, we apply a peel and stick synthetic roof underlayment product that is watertight in and of itself. On top of that, we'll install a 30-year architectural shingle. The roofs that have metal will be replaced with metal. We decided, going from metal down to an asphalt shingle is sort of a downgrade, and we don't want to ever downgrade when we're investing in our construction projects and affordable housing. And so we're going to replace those in kind with metal roofs as well. The contract does include for unit price dimensional lumber repairs, such as 2x4s, 2x6, joists, rafters, those kind of things. It also allows for fascia replacement, metal drip edge, and soffit replacement, as you might have seen in some of those photographs. The contract replaces all roof penetrations. It provides a ridge vent at the peaks of all the roofs, and so it provides proper attic air exchange so that you don't have any issues in the attics and has proper venting. Finally, we install a commercial style 6-inch gutter with mechanically fastened leaf guards so that our maintenance staff don't have to get on ladders and clean them out over the years, and they stay clear. So if there's no questions, I'll turn it over to Mr. Ayala for the procurement.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. As Hector mentioned, this contract has been awarded. We're asking for your recommendation to be awarded to Garland Construction through our Omnia partners. As you all might know, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development encouraged us to simplify the process, the procurement process, by awarding through cooperatives. As Hector mentioned, this actual contract was actually bid within the bid. So we actually, Garland went ahead and asked for quotes from 3 of their subcontractors as well. So this has not only been vetted already through the Omnia procurement process, but it also has been additionally vetted by us by acquiring those 3 additional quotes.
Do we have any questions? No? Do we have a motion to move this to the consent agenda?
I so move.
Do we have a second? All those in favor? Aye. Great. Thank you so much. We're going to go on to number 5, consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6248 and 22 FAC-04-29, authorizing the award of a contract for debt and equity provider to PNC Bank National Association to act as our exclusive agent to underwrite and forward commitments for a permanent loan on the Snowden project to provide construction and bridge financing and to provide tax credit equity. Tim, you're going to present this one?
I certainly am.
Okay.
And we typically have a colorful chart we put up that shows what we're discussing this day. So there's always lots of developments, and so people can follow along on which ones we're hitting. But the ones that we'll be discussing today are the top 2 in purple, and it's pretty small for me, so I can't actually read those 2. But I remember reading it, I think it says Bethel up there, and it should say Sorrento, the top 2. And then in the top orange, Victoria Commons we'll be talking about today. And and Snowden Road should be there as well. And the ones that aren't on there, it's just because we're just issuing the bonds, and that's Viento and Aurora, which are agenda items. So we kind of, as usual, we move them up. The yellow is the construction, and so we can follow along on, and the board's able to realize which ones have we already discussed and we approved on, and we already asked for the bonds, and now where are we on the bonds? And that's some of the discussion today. So we'll go to item number 5. And so this is the Snowden Development. And as the board is aware, this is one we're self-developing, and this is somewhat, there's been different, variations of self-developing, but this is one where we're directly involved with hiring the GC and the architect, Alamo Architects. And the board had already approved us for this development because, as you may be aware, this was a very challenging development to get because it's a 9% tax credits, which is the competitive ones, where you're running against everyone else, trying to get these very elusive 9% tax credits. And the reason 9% are more valuable is because you get more tax credit equity, a little bit more than double of a 4% tax credit deal. So what's nice about this one is that we're self-developing, so we have very deeply affordable units. And item number 6, which is a related transaction, which is the same transaction, that's the item where we're actually going to approve the development. This item is simply to approve the debt and equity provider. So we have certain timelines to hit here, and so we're going to approve who's going to provide the debt and equity, and the next one's going to go through the financing. The next one we'll talk about the unit mix and things of that nature. But we put out an RFP for debt and equity, and we got 4 responses from JP Morgan Chase, PNC, 42 Equity, and Hudson Housing Capital. And we compared them all. We have Baker Tilly, which is a tax credit consultant as well as part of our team, helped us evaluate these because there's a lot of different variables. And PNC gave us the best value for tax credits. So we got 92.5 cents for the tax credits, which is one of the big scoring criteria, because that adds up to about $13 million worth of tax credit equity, and it was significantly higher than the others. And so we are recommending PNC, and you'll see in the memo, and I can certainly hit those, are the fees on there. There's an application fee for $25,000, legal fees of $28,000, origination fee 1.25. Those are pretty standard in the industry. But we, the analysis of all 4 of the debt and equity providers that are going to, help us with this project and providing construction bridge loans and things of that nature. And quite frankly, PNC was the best. And so we're asking on this agenda item simply to approve PNC Bank as the debt and equity provider.
Do we know why they're able to provide such a better rate?
So sometimes there's many different reasons why. Sometimes they need, it's called community CRA dollars. Sometimes banks need them, but Community Revitalization Act dollars. Some banks responded they didn't need them. And so sometimes they'll pay a little bit more because of that. I'm guessing, there was actually some discussions about this. I don't remember exactly, I just looked at the final number, but my guess is they probably need some CRA points.
Oh, got it. Okay. Do we have any questions?
And this is for Snowden?
Yes, sir. Yeah, so Snowden, and this is, well, in the next agenda item, I'll kind of go through the specifics of the development and the mix and who we're serving. But this is, to keep everything separate, this is just to approve the debt and equity provider of PNC.
And where is Snowden again?
It's in the medical center.
Oh, yeah.
And we have a PowerPoint and a map I'll show you, Commissioner Perez, shortly.
Any other questions regarding the approval of the debt and equity provider? No? Do we have a motion to move item number 5 to the consent agenda?
So move.
Do we have a second? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Awesome. Let's move on to number 6. This is really on the development for Snowden. Consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6241 authorizing the Snowden Apartment transaction, including 1, the execution of all documentation necessary to carry out the transaction, and 2, all findings and agreements with Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs in connection with the application for low-income housing credits, and 3, the conveyance of land for transaction by the San Antonio Housing Finance Corporation to San Antonio Housing Facility Corporation. Do I need to read the whole thing? Or is that, okay.
We can skip this one. Okay, so here's the answer to Commissioner Perez's question. Snowden Road is in the medical center. We had a lot of community meetings with the city council person, councilwoman, and the neighborhood and where it is and who we're serving. The nice thing about this, and well, quite frankly, to make it score the best, it had to be a senior development. So we wanted to make sure we actually get the 9% tax credits. But the reason we like it for senior also, because it's in the medical center. So it's very convenient, for that population to be able to get services. It also is a really neat site because it goes down to a floodplain in the back, and so we're able to use some of that land that we're not building on for some walking trails, putting a gazebo and things of that nature. So it'll be very aesthetically pleasing. Here it is, that design. And I need to tell you a couple of facts about this. We had to financially close this transaction by the end of June, and then we had to place in service by December 2023. The construction period is about a year and a half, and so for us to meet all of our deadlines, we're actually on short deadlines. Franklin, which is the construction contractor, the contract will have them built by October 2023, so we have about 2 months worth of play. And, we like to have as much play as possible. If there's weather or things of that nature. So we do have, about 2 months, but we're bringing it to the board right after approving the other debt and equity provider. So we have more time, very simply, because we have certain dates we have to put in to get the tax credits. And so I just wanted to just generally talk about what the timelines are put on to us by the TDHA. By the City Council District 7, 135 units. And I want to go over the unit mix numbers because, we worked really hard to do deeply affordable units and to serve the folks that are on our wait list and public housing. And so what we did was you're limited by the HUD rules to not put more than, is it 20 or 25%? 20%. 20% PBVs or project-based vouchers. And so we put those on the 67 units, which is the 54. And so even though they say 60% AMI, they will be serving people that are the 0 to 15% AMI. There are people actually on our wait list. And so the TDHCA sets, some of the parameters, like the best scoring. What we did is we layered it with project-based vouchers, which our tenants can use. And so at the end of the day, if you take the 54 and you add the 14 that are 30% AMI, you'll see half the units are serving people that are 0 to 30, and quite frankly, with the 54, half the units will be serving people that are 0 to 15% AMI. So this is going to be a very low-income development. And so I really want to explain when you say 67, 60% AMI, that's the tax credit rents, but because we're doing the subsidy of vouchers on top of it, it's really a pretty amazing development to have that much deeply affordable. You won't see these sort of developments very often in San Antonio, and quite frankly, you won't see anyone doing them other than Saha. The only one I can think of is one we did in Alazon that would be similar, but this is, it's a big win to be able to have this much affordable. The other thing that's interesting about this, if you look at that chart and you saw the 9% AMIs, 9% tax credits, you'll see there's normally 80 units. And what we've tried to do is because the site would afford it, have it a little bigger so we'd have more units that were affordable because the site allowed for it. And so you may not get as much tax credits, to be able to, the way a for-profit developer may look at it. But we maximize the number of units because we have a huge wait list. We try to do as many as possible given the site. So it wasn't just looking at the best financial model, it was actually to figure out how to do this where we could provide our most residents as well. This was a lot of work, and, going to self-development, there's a lot more aspects to this and a lot more time. So I want to call out, a lot of people here, but Lorraine Robles worked really hard on this with the development team. Ed had to, thank him for the confidence that we could self-develop this because a lot of the money that we would put into this, because we're getting all the developer fee, we can put it back into development as opposed to having a for-profit partner. We're able to put it back into the low-income units to help with that gap. And I want to help, Brandy certainly with figuring out these 54 units and Diana, who always tells me no on anything I give her that has to do with finances. So, but she keeps me honest. So, but I want to thank the entire team for working on all this. It was a really hard development, and the board should be proud, too, to be able to give this many deeply affordable units. I will say this. We had the schematic design drawings, and I'll go faster now because I realize I'm talking a long time, and we put those out for bid. Now we had the design development drawings start going out, and the prices are constantly changing on the construction, and so there's a possibility I'll give an update between now and the board meeting if these numbers change some on the construction costs, as we're getting the final numbers, and it's just not a good time to be a builder right now. As you may know, Commissioner Perez, the prices are just go up every month, and so we're trying to hammer down those numbers.
Yeah.
But we would like for approval to go forward. If there's change in the numbers, we would pull it and provide you an update.
Any questions or comments? I would agree the affordability is really exciting.
I think we need to also look for a different way to present this, because we're presenting the TDHCA limits, right? But the 60% units are really going to be project-based vouchers
That's
that
right.
are below 30%.
Yeah.
So we'll have to figure out a different way to present that to the board, and so that, it's easier to communicate.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I think that's what that bullet on the note means, right? But there's a lot in between those. You gotta read it between the lines there. But this is really exciting. Great job, team. How many, we don't self-develop a lot, right? This is a new board member
It's
question.
really a new model.
Okay. This is really cool to be able to do this. Do we have a motion to move item number 6, approving the development for Snowden?
I so move.
Do we have a second? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye. Tim?
Was it a wave or a question?
No, question.
Okay, so sure.
Before you leave. Well, as you know, I live near Victoria, and I was so pleased to see that Labor Street now actually goes to Cesar Chavez.
Yeah.
Except the last portion is like washboard.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Are you going to talk to the Franklin people anytime soon? Or?
I definitely will, especially if you just raised it.
That'd be great. It's a shorter distance to Bill Miller's.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Those are real important markers. All right. We're going to move on to item number 7, consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6247, authorizing the expenditure of additional funds for VL Tranchesi fire protection improvements to Ranger Builders LLC for the amount not to exceed $764,462.50.
Thank you. So this is a request for additional funds on an existing contract. So this is for a fire protection retrofit project, a construction project at the Via Tranchesi Apartments. This is in response to the 2015 City of San Antonio ordinance requiring fire protection in high rises in all the apartments. So before, we did not have fire protection within all the apartments. It was limited to the common areas. So we have, out of 3 high rises in San Antonio's portfolio, Via Tranchesi will be the last one to receive it. Fair Avenue has been completed and has been operational for about a year. Victoria Plaza has one. That will be, it's going through the final inspections now and will be ready for when people move in. And Via Tranchesi, we were set to start that one. We executed the contract and issued a notice to proceed in late 2019, and right as the pandemic started to really take hold, we had done a partial mobilization with the contractor at that project getting ready to begin. And the nature of the project is extraordinarily difficult and very coordination intensive because you're doing active construction in occupied senior housing. And at that time, we had not started construction in earnest on this project. And so we reevaluated the risk that we took in these projects going in and out of apartments many times, all day, every day, for many, many months, for over a year. And so we decided to ask the contractor to hold off until, let's see what happens with the pandemic, and it dragged on longer than we thought. So we decided, we've done one of these projects already at Fair Avenue. That one continued on because when the pandemic hit, we were already inside units. We were already going. And stopping that project would have been a very bad decision, I thought. So, but at Trancasi, we hadn't really started in earnest. So we paused it, and then we waited for the pandemic to ease. We saw it easing a little bit. We decided we need to get this done because this is a life safety project. So we re-engaged the fire protection contractor. They started engaging with the city on their deferred shop drawing design process, and gets us to where we were earlier this year, where the contractor we've asked them to mobilize and get started again, and pricing has increased dramatically across the industry. And so the contractor asked us for price escalation back in February, and it was high enough that we declined it at first, and then we went through several rounds of negotiations, and we decided we brought it to the Saha executive team and discussed it. And so what we're asking for is the ability to increase the contract amount up to the statutory limit of a 25% increase to the contract. And that's the number you see here, $764,000. It's much less that the contractor was asking for, but they found a way to value engineer in ways that made sense. We're going to manage this contract very carefully. This is a reflection and an increase in both labor and material, a lot of it in the sprinkler material, the piping. The labor market those prices have gone up, as have electronics that are related to the fire alarm system. And so I don't know if there's a procurement part we need to discuss. It's more of the contract was already in place, and so it's already been procured. So
Well, it sounds like you did good work in keeping the price where you could.
Yes, before we execute any change order, it's gone through several rounds of negotiations. We review pricing. Our consultants review the pricing. We ask for backup documentation from their vendors, suppliers, subcontractors. We go through everything and make sure it's fair and equitable.
And this is one of our older projects, right?
Yes, Via Trancasi was built in 1967.
Any other questions? Do we have a motion to approve Resolution 6247?
So move.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We're going to move on to number 8, consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6246, approving the 2022 small area fair market rent payment standard schedule.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. How are you doing? So I'm Stephanie Rodriguez. I'm the director for our Section 8 department, and the item I'm bringing today is about our small area fair market rents and our payment standards. To give you a little bit of background, small area FMRs were designated by HUD between like 2016 and 2018 for MTW activity agencies. And so what it does is, instead of sending one fair market rent across your city, it does it across different zip codes. And we base our payment standard off of those fair market rents. I'm not sure if you knew previously, when we first initiated it, we did a two-tiered, you can go to the next slide. We did a two-tiered payment standard. And so on this one, it allowed for people, originally they only had the one that they had to look for. This one allowed them two different tiers to look for and understand what they might be able to accept for rents that would go towards their payment standard. In 2020, we changed it over to 10 zip codes, which is allowed through HUD for groupings. So when the payment standards come out, there's a long list of many fair market rents for different zip codes, and then we group them into the ones that are closest to each other. And so with this, it allows a person to figure out what they might be able to search for. It's part of a calculation, but payment standards are set, and we're required to set them every year. Previously, you already approved one at a median of 95%. But what we're looking for now is to see if we could do the median at 100%, which puts the range between 96% and 107% for those fair market rents. And what it'll do is it'll allow a higher payment standard for each of the different zip codes. You go to the next slide. And on here, we kind of give a few of them. There's 10 overall, but you can see that we did the first group, which is it previously was like 608. Now it's like 604 for like a 0-bedroom. So you'll see like a $32 difference. And then our group 10, which has our higher payment standards. And that one has about $180 difference. And that's per month. But what it does is it allows for the families to search for a higher amount. And with the changes in the market rent, this was one thing that was going to help families. We heard a lot where they were hoping that we could raise those payment standards so they could find places faster. We do have a fairly high success rate with our voucher holders when they go out to search, but that's usually because we've been giving them like 3rd and 4th extensions, and with this we're hoping that they might be able to find homes sooner with that higher payment standard. So that you can see, there is an impact on our budget, about 10.5% increase per month, which is about 1.25 million. But this will be over, we do biennials and triennials, so that's going to break that amount over those years in order to kind of phase it in.
So the 10.5 will be over 3 years?
It over 2 to 3 years, yes. 2 to 3 years. It'll be the impact would break up over those 2 to 3 years.
The burden on the cost is coming to the housing authority, not to the voucher holders, correct?
It would be a higher amount that we're allowed to pay in subsidy towards a rent.
Right. And then does that change any money coming in to cover those subsidies? No, right? So how will we close that gap?
So right now, we are not fully utilized in our vouchers, and we're hoping that with this, that we'll be able to get closer to our full utilization, and it'll bridge that gap between what we currently have budgeted and what we have being expended.
Plus, the estimate we have for the funding coming in for the next year is higher by 4 million, I think, or 5
Correct.
5 million.
Okay.
So that's going to significantly help close the gap.
Great.
And this would also go towards our emergency housing vouchers. So we set our emergency housing vouchers and our housing choice vouchers at that same payment standard. So it would affect that one as well.
Great. Any other questions? Okay. Do we have a motion to move item number 8, Resolution 6246, to the consent agenda? Second. Great. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you so much. Moving to item number 9, consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6251, resolution in support of the Third Amendment to the Housing Authority of the City of San Antonio Employees Money Purchase Pension Plan and Trust, restart effective July 1st, 2021.
So I'd just like to mention, if I could, before Ayanna starts, that several years ago, in 2017, I believe the year was, we changed our pension for new incoming employees. So previous to that, we had an 11% contribution that we made for all employees, but in 2027, we said new employees were going to reduce it to 7%. So we actually have 2 tiers of employees right now. The employees that were employed before 2017 are being contributed at 11%, and newer employees are being contributed at 7%. So as we started looking at our policies from an equity perspective, we were concerned about that. And also a comparison was made to the city and the county, and Ayanna is going to go through that a little bit later in another presentation, but the city is paying 12% versus our 11%, and the county's paying 14% versus our 11%.
And is it as soon as you become employed?
Yes. Ours is now as soon as you become employed.
Okay. So there isn't like the more years of service, the higher?
No.
No?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there is a 5-year vesting on our plan, and that was changed a number of years ago. It used to be 10, so it was reduced to 5 years. So we just wanted to, and because we're having difficulty recruiting new people at this point, as everybody is, we wanted to approach our pension plan in a more equitable way and also adjust the rate so that it would help us attract additional people into the organization. So I just wanted to give that intro before Ayanna starts.
Thank you so much. So as mentioned, I'm here today to ask for your approval on this resolution where we would like to change the employer contribution, that would be Saha's contribution, from the current 7% back to 11%. This would be effective July 1. So Saha would contribute the 11% on any total compensation and then a 5.7 on anything that's in excess over compensation in excess of our Social Security taxable wages. And so that's just a little fine print. Employees will continue to contribute 5%. And so, as mentioned, up until the changes that were made in 2017, all employees did receive 11% from Saha. That change was made in 2017. So, as Ed mentioned, we do have 2 tiers of employees right now. So this is our third amendment, as mentioned as well. And the second one was just approved in February of this year, and that was to enroll employees immediately into the plan. What we heard from our new hires as they were coming into the pension plan after a year was that delay and then the reduction of their wages really did cause a financial impact they weren't expecting or prepared for. So now, again, the second amendment was to make it immediately, and then now with our third amendment, we're going to improve Saha's contribution to this plan. And again, as mentioned, Saha is aware that our city is paying 12% towards this contribution for employees of the city, and Bexar County at 14%. So this will keep us competitive and equitable. Lastly, I do want to mention that this contribution would have an approximate budget impact of $485,323 for fiscal year 22-23, but this amount is already included in the budget that was approved earlier.
Great. Any questions or comments? Good. Is there a motion to approve Resolution 6251 for the board meeting consent agenda?
So move.
There a second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you, Ayana.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 10, consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6242 authorizing the Las Vadas Public Facility Corporation Multifamily Housing Revenue Notes, Aurora Apartments Series 2022A, the Las Vadas Public Facility Corporation Multifamily Housing Revenue Notes, Aurora Apartments Series 22B, and the Las Vadas Public Facility Corporation, the issuer, to approve Resolution 22 LVPFC-04-226, authorizing the other matters in connection therewithin.
All right, so Aurora Apartments is right near downtown. You all recognize it. There it is. If you lived in San Antonio, you certainly have driven by it. But it's near downtown. They're rehabilitating their building. If y'all recall, there was more or less 5 years ago, there was a fire on the 410 and 604, and all the older buildings had to do fire sprinkler updates. And this is not one we owned, but they're doing that update. And what they are, to be able to do it, they're trying to use bond funding. And so we're not going to be a partner in it. We're not going to be the GP. The only thing we're doing is simply issuing the bonds. We're a conduit issue of the bonds to assist them to do it. In speaking with them, I think it's called Snowden Development, they are going to rehab, move folks so people aren't going to be displaced. But the only thing we're asking for today is to be able to issue the bonds. We have no exposure for liability. The bonds are about $20 million of that total development cost. Our fee on that is about 1%. So
You brought this to us before, right, Tim?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I should start with that. We brought this to you before and said, can we issue the bonds? You said yes. Now we have the bonds, and so now we're asking for the final approval.
Okay.
Thank you very much for reminding me.
Do we have a motion to move Resolution 6242 to the consent agenda?
Yes, so move.
Second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaufman? Aye. Aye. Are you in favor? Yes. Okay, great. You never know with these Robert's Rules of Orders. Okay. All right, moving on to item number 11, consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6243, authorizing the submission of a disposition and demolition application to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, a site known as YMCA Building AMP Victoria Plaza, Schnabel.
Right, so there's Victoria Commons, and I give you a little bit of a background on it. See what the slides are. So little history with Victoria Commons. So Saha began talking about was Victoria Courts back in 1995. So that's how long this has been going on. And later we got a HOPE. We asked for actually demolished in 1995. I think we got HUD approval in 1996. But then later we got a HOPE 6 grant to rehab and relocate folks back in the late 90s and early 2000s. And so then it got stalled for a number of years for lack of funding, lack of direction. Ignacio Perez lived in the neighborhood, so he's lived a lot of this history, but it's been a long time coming. After we finished the East Meadows project, this was one of the big ones we were looking at finishing up because it's been languishing sort of at HUD for decades at this point in time. And we've had lots of community meetings. We sent out at one time around 12,000, I think it's 11,400, but say approximately 12,000 postcards to everyone that lived in King William, Victoria Commons. Everyone got one at their house because we didn't have everyone's emails. We've had community meetings, and YMCA was part of that discussion. And we had meetings with the previous city councilman, the current city councilman, and we've gotten approvals. Ultimately, with the last round, but before we went to zoning, they asked us to add a road, which is a cut through. But this was really not been part of the concern. But we have reached out to the YMCA a year and a half ago to let them know that this would be part of the redevelopment. And we talked at that point in time with the YMCA and got their tenant list. And I think there was approximately 2 people that were Section 8 holders that were actually using it. They were our residents, but it really wasn't being utilized by the folks that we're focusing on, which is our residents and also people on our wait list. And so in talking to YMCA, I think they have another one about within 2 miles from there. And we provided them a deadline to when we were going to demolish this even a year and a half ago, but we had discussions with them. We also said when we do the new development, you're welcome to relocate if so desired in the new development. There'll be costs associated with that, but absolutely, we're very early on, so that is an option. And so we went through zoning, we got approval, and what we're going to ask for at this point in time is that we have to get certain other signatures, before we can submit it to HUD. But what I want to stress here is that the board has already approved this master plan. What this is simply is HUD has asked for a specific form which is this board resolution, before we can submit something called a demo dispo app. So even though this entire master plan has already been approved, the reason we're bringing it back is because we need one more form. And so we'll see if we have a couple signatures we need before we bring to the board meeting, because there has to be an order of documents. So if we get those signatures before the board meeting, then we'll bring it to you and say, please approve this, because I have to get the other signatures first. If not, we'll put it off to another board meeting.
So what would the motion read?
Go ahead.
Today, we don't need any action. I think it's just to inform you that we'll be bringing it back at a later date.
Great.
Okay, yep.
Good.
Great. Any other questions or comments? Okay, moving on to item number 12, consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6244. This is for the Viento Apartments project.
Right, so the Viento Apartments is it's on here as well. As you can see, it's on the south side of San Antonio. It's by Texas A&M South, pretty close to it down there. It's 324 units, and it uses 4% tax credits. And so we had, if you all may recall, the St. John's complex, and there was some bonds actually from Alzon from a long time ago that were leftover bonds. And a lot of these bonds were called 3-year carry forward. And what that means is you can use those bonds within 3 years. Right now, bonds are very valuable because they're overprescribed, which means there's not enough bonds to go around. And when you have bonds, you have, as a matter of right, tax credits, which is how you build affordable housing. And so we didn't have any plans for it because, quite frankly, Alzon is not ready to go forward yet. And so we have 2 choices. One is we can let the bonds go back to the state, which goes back to the federal government, and they just wouldn't be used. And the other option is that we use the bonds. And because we didn't have a project, well, NRP approached us about being a partner on this project called Viento, and you can see here what the AMIs are. And there'd be a bond inducement, and that's a total development cost. And we talked about it internally, and this project doesn't focus on our current residents or on our wait list. And so we turned down the development, and later the San Antonio Housing Trust came to us and said, hey, would you be able to, that they would like to partner on this with the NRP. They're saying, would you allow us, being the San Antonio Housing Trust, to be the partner and not Saha, but y'all just issue the bonds? And in discussing it with Ed, that we said, yeah, we would be willing to do that on two conditions. One is, hey, we get the bond issuance fee, because you always get that anyway, so it's 1% of the bond amount. And the number two is, at year 15, which is after the tax credit compliance period, that we have the right to buy it for the outstanding debt plus exit taxes. So at that point in time, in 15 years from now, we would have the option to buy it. So at that, when you own it 100%, sometimes you can do more deeply affordable units, or perhaps the landscape, around there has changed, but we would have an opportunity to buy it for the outstanding debt. So we're not being the GP in the deal. We're not going to get a developer fee or the cash flow, simply because it's not really our market who we're focusing on, but we have the option to buy it in year 15. So what we're asking for here in year is to issue the bonds, and with the option to be able to buy it in year 15. Yeah.
That sounds like a fair deal. Sounds fair.
Is there any trade-off, like if we use the bonds here, that we won't be able to use them somewhere else? Sounds like no, because we're not ready anywhere else.
We're not ready. That's the issue. We're not ready anywhere else. And so if we didn't do it, quite frankly, because of the construction period, closing period, that it would probably just be less workforce housing. I'm going to call this workforce housing in San Antonio.
Are they doing anything with Texas A&M to create like priority or support for student housing at those units?
Not this group, but there's another individual I'm on with the ULI with, and he has a contract with Texas A&M South, and I know they're building several different types of housing, both dormitory housing, market rate housing, actually on the campus itself.
Oh, great.
And so that is being built, but it's not by this group.
Not this group. Okay.
Any
other questions or comments? Do we have a motion to move resolution 6244 to the consent agenda?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All right, moving on to item number 13, consideration and appropriate action regarding resolution 6252, authorizing Las Varas Public Facility Corporation multi-housing family revenue, and this is for the Rosemont at Bethel Place bond transaction.
Okay, and I'm going to give you the high overview of both items 13 and 14 together, and then Tom's going to give you the granular detail to the extent you need it. But so they're both related. We had, brought to the board over a year ago we did an assessment of all of our developments. There was 4 of them that we said, hey, these have significant needs. We may put these up for sale. And one of those 4 that we brought to the board was Sorrento, and we put that up for sale. Fairfield, which is the buyer, said, listen, would you be willing to stay in the deal? We'd put bonds on it. And by the way, we brought these to you before. I should have said that. And that we didn't apply for bonds. And so we did do that. We applied for bonds. We decided to stay in the deal. And Bethel, which is item number 13, that's one we didn't own. They said, we're buying these other apartments in San Antonio. Would you also like to partner us on that? So when we listed it for sale, we got an opportunity to do a new deal as well. And so that's Sorrento and Bethel, which is 13 and 14. And so what we're doing now is we've gotten the bonds, and now we're asking for approval to go forward with the transactions. And so when we brought it to the board before, it was back last September, so I wanted to give you a little background because we've all slept since then. So I'll pass it over to Tom.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Yes, this has been brought to you before, so this is just a high-level review of the transaction. Rosemont at Bethel Place is a senior property, so it's all. Oh. Oh, okay. So this is a new deal to Saha. We have not been involved in this transaction before, so we will just be issuing the bonds, but we also will be partnering with Fairfield as the new partner on this and bringing the tax exemption. So we will be participating in future revenues on the property. And right now, it's in City Council District 6. It's a family property. Right now, it's 100% of the units are at 60% AMI, and the proposal is to set aside 38 units for 15% AMI and the balance at 60. And we do also have, the number changes, but right now we have 85 Section 8 voucher holders that are Saha clients there, so we'll be servicing and continue to service our clients there. So the ask is for the formal issuance of the bonds. Before we issued a bond inducement resolution, and now we're just going forward with the actual bond issuance.
Impact numbers, the 85 voucher holders will not be impacted, and 38 new units, or 38 units will now be affordable and accessible to a lower AMI. Great.
And the other thing is we'll be extending the affordability provisions on the property for another 30 years. So.
Oh, great.
And this is, the property is located on Acme Road, near 90 and 151. It's just a little overview of Fairfield Residential. That's the first dealings we've had with them, so I thought it was important to bring up that they're very established and experienced. And they're actually owned by the California State Teachers Retirement Fund. So one of their missions is to preserve affordable housing in areas that are going through significant growth and prices going up. So they want to be able to preserve those units as affordable.
So you need a motion to.
Well, the transaction's already been approved. Now it's the formal motion for the issuance of the bonds. Because before we did a reservation of bonds, so now we actually have the bonds. So we're.
So the motion would read, we, Housing Authority.
Issue the bonds for the transaction.
I think we could do that. So move.
So we're doing item 13 and 14 bundled, right, Tim? Yes. Okay. So moving resolution 6252 and resolution 6254.
That's right.
We have a second?
Yes.
All those in favor? Aye. Last item. Consideration and appropriate action regarding resolution 6250, President and CEO to renew or place insurance policy covering property liability, cyber liability, access umbrella, directors and officers, employees, employment practices, workman's compensation, automobile fleet, lots of other things. You'll tell us more about it.
It's all of our insurance renews on
Everything.
7/1, essentially. All of it. And so this is a request to renew everything as of 7/1 for $5,044,271. We had, I should introduce my risk team. Jennifer Dominguez is our risk manager for the agency. Beverly Mojado is her risk specialist. And then Susan Gola is here with us as well. She is she's our broker of record with McGriff. And she helps us with a lot of this stuff. So these renewals are going to be, again, for all of our policies, essentially. There are a couple of flood policies that come up during the year, but the renewal request is for all of them. We have been seeing increases in the industry up around 40%. Most of our policies are carried with the HAI group, that's the Housing Authority Insurance Group, so it's a collective, so it's just more affordable, right? They understand our business, they cover us, they understand us, and the premiums are significantly lower than the market. So we projected about a 28% increase for property overall and a 17.5% increase for liability. We've gotten pricing for most of our policies through the HAI group, and so far we're only seeing about a 7% increase in property and about a 2% increase in liability. And that's for two reasons, right? They serve exclusively housing authorities and affordable housing, but also, it goes to the experience with our claims and losses. So they have been much better over the past few years. So we've been getting better renewal pricing than we had in the past. So we're still asking for the $5,044,000, but we're hoping it would come in significantly less.
And this is all reflective in the budget we just passed.
That is correct. It'll either be paid for out of budget or escrow dollars with mortgage companies, yes.
Do we have any questions? Motion to approve Resolution 6250?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Thank you so much. Moving on to discussion items, do we have any discussion regarding resident concerns?
No, we don't have anything regarding resident concerns. Regarding the residents that came to Citizens to be Heard last meeting, that will be sent to you before the board meeting, so we'll have that report coming to you.
Thank you. Number 17, Quarterly Recruitment and Staffing Report. Ms. Ayana Longoria, welcome back.
Thank you so much. So this is going to be a brief recruitment update, but a couple of key points that I want to make sure to highlight. So we'll jump to the next slide. So our headcount right now, we are currently experiencing a larger number of departures than we have had new hires. This is something we are looking at the marketplace, and this is a very, very difficult environment right now for obtaining new employees. So as we go on to the next slide, please. You will see that we also have increased the number, as you heard in the budget presentation, we have increased the number of budgeted positions from where we started. So not only are we kind of facing a deficit from where we started, but we're also hiring for new positions. Next slide. So currently what we have out of our 162 open positions, we've got 44 that are on hold, and this is something that we're working with the finance department to clear out as we go into that next fiscal year. As had been mentioned during the presentation, these were positions that were budgeted in anticipation of, bringing on properties or staff, projects coming online that did not happen, but they were already on the books. So they do look like they're vacancies, but they're not actually affecting anything. So we want to take those out of that 162 number. Of that, we have 49 that are filled with either a temp status personnel. We have a good number of working out of class right now, which is a great thing. The hard part is, while it offers a promotion opportunity, it does leave a vacancy where they were coming from. We do have some interim positions right now. I myself is included in that number. And then we have a number that are going through the pre-screen process. So our actual vacancies right now, actual gaps and holes that we're trying to fill is 69. Next slide, please. So this is that chart that has got all that tiny fine print, but what of course I want to make sure that we highlight so that you're aware is that where we're seeing the highest number of vacancies are going to be in those frontline positions, our HASs, our housing assistant specialists, our client service specialists, as well as our maintenance technicians. So these are vital, critical positions that we know need to be filled, and they are our number one priority to get filled. As we were looking from the last presentation that we made to the board, we made it a very concerted effort to make sure that we were collecting exit interviews to find out what, again, from our own employees, why are you leaving, what's going on? And so what we found was that better salary was the number one answer. They were, again, this is a very competitive marketplace right now, and salary is going to determine a lot of factors. The other things that came up were just opportunity for advancement, career change, flexible working schedules, being closer to home, so shorter commute times was another factor that has been raised. And so again, we're taking that all into consideration, and the last one was workload stress, which we can all appreciate and understand that one. So as we move forward, what we wanted, next slide. What we wanted to just lastly show here was that we have had 52 formal promotions, 9 are currently working out of class, and 3 are currently in an interim role. We have 33 active temp status employees and 53 that have transitioned from a temp to a full-time hire, so those are positive conversions for us. Next slide. So what are we doing to combat this and try and fight this rising tide against us? The very first one was what we just passed earlier, and I thank you for that, which was the change to the money pension plan. And so we believe that this additional benefit makes our benefits stronger and, again, more attractive. We're now competitive and comparable to the marketplace, which would be the city and the county. Next slide. So the next thing that we're doing is we are going to move forward with a cost of living adjustment. And so this would help staff keep from losing ground, especially right now with inflation. That is something, again, that is a huge concern. That is causing people to look for other employment. So we know that this year inflation has risen by 8% and is continuing to rise. So right now our performance evaluations max out at 3%. So there's just no way a 3%, even if you had flawless, absolute perfect performance on your evaluation, could keep up with what's happening in terms of your cost of living. So we are going to implement a 5% cost of living for all current SAHA staff, and this will also go to the start of the beginning of the pay range for any new staff coming in. So again, we're going to have more competitive job postings with a better posted salary that should, again, get some attention and get some attraction for us. And I know the important part of this particular presentation is that the financial impact for this is going to be $142,311, and this has been budgeted. The 5% is already included for next year's budget.
Will the 5% replace the 3%, or will it be in addition?
No, it will be in addition, yes. And so we are on an annual evaluation cycle that happens in July. So the cost of living will take effect immediately once this announcement is made. We're hoping that then, again, it'll be effective now, and staff will feel it, see the benefit, and then July 1, when their evaluations for performance are due, then they'll get whatever it is their additional performance evaluation is at.
Any questions, concerns?
I was just going to say additionally, we've secured a company to do a compensation study for our positions, and they've kicked off their work this week. And I think it's going to take a while. It's going to take several months for them to do the study and compare our wages to other organizations and come back with some recommendations. So perhaps by the early fall, we're hoping to see something at that point. But this is a good first step. The 5% adjustment plus the 3% max pay increase that people can get for performance puts people closer to the inflation that we've all been experiencing.
Mm-hmm. That's really great. Do we have any partnerships with like industry certification partners, or are we partnering with SA Ready to Work or any of the other workforce initiatives?
Yes, we are. So as a matter of fact, based on the conversation we had with the board the last time, the recommendation to reach out to Project Quest as well as Youth Build. So same thing, yes, we're particularly looking to recruit fresh, young, people, even if they have limited experience, but some talent, we will take it. Absolutely.
And this is also open to residents, right? The whole working closer to where you live would be
correct.
Great.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The board will now move into closed session.
Well, so I defer to the committee. You only have 3 of your 7 here, and it seems to me that maybe you preserve this discussion for your board meeting.
And I would say there have been no changes to the draft, so I think at this point we can defer it.
Yeah.
Great. Then do we have a motion to adjourn today's meeting?
Second.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you guys.
Recording stopped.
It was smooth sailing. You made my Oh, you're thanking me for getting out of here soon, no?
Yeah. Good seeing you.
Yeah, same here, brother.
Too many
Thank you very much. Personally,